Ladies and gentlemen, today is Tuesday, July 23rd, and this is day 7 of the Pirate Software Game Jam. I am Marushi Dark, this is Circuit Studios, and in this journey, we have 2 weeks to make a game from planning all the way to publishing. And we are at the halfway mark today. So let us just get right into it. Let me hide some of this first that we don't need. So for those just joining us for the first time, on day 1, we made a GDD, a game design document, which is the outline, the plan, the blueprint of everything that we're going to do. We came up with the game called Spellweaver, which is a combination of a Doodle God clone where you mix and match different elements together. And then that eventually is going to evolve into a deck builder, but we will see if we get that far. So some of our inspirations here. And last time we were working on an algorithm to mass generate tons and tons and tons and tons of content. You can see how difficult it would be, how time consuming if we had to make all of these by hand. But now we have the power of gods on our side. We can generate in mere moments thousands of pieces of content if we wished, all taken from a single database. So let me pull that up real quick. So here's a list of all of our elements. I went ahead and started filling out some of this off camera, just because I didn't want you guys to sit here and watch me spend all of our precious time together just doing data entry. But we have the ability to take this, to export it to JSON, to bring it into Unity, and then using the factory pattern, we can go and we can load all this stuff. Not only can we create it, we can populate its data. And as you may recall from last time, we had issues with figuring out how to get the sprites working, but I figured that out this morning. So let me just show that off real quick. So it turns out that what we needed to do was we needed to store a texture 2D and a list of all our sprites. And instead of calling resources.load, call load all on the texture atlas. Excuse me. And that will get all of the sprites from that particular asset. That was the key that we were missing. And then just creating a simple method here that loops through that entire list and just compares them by name. And so then we plug that into our algorithm and everything works beautifully. So the next thing we need to do is make this same pattern, excuse me, for our recipes. Let me just take a sip of coffee here. Seem to be having hiccups, but never fear. we shall continue on. But yes, the factory pattern is wonderful for if you are trying to automate a lot of stuff quickly. Hey, Weirdcore. Oh, thank you. I'm a very dapper lad. Unfortunately, Circuit is not me. So if you're referring to Circuit as being dapper, you're referring to our girl here, who she is also very dapper. But if you meant to say me, you should say Marussia is very dapper, or Maru is very dapper. Try and add a section with a reference to "that's not my neighbor." Not sure what you mean by that, but okay. So let us go back to our GDD, because again, the GDD is the heart and soul of game design. It is our plan. It is our purpose. It is what we are called to do. So we are here on day 7, and I went ahead last stream and wrote out a list of things that we are going to try and accomplish today. So just to review, we've got bug fixes that we've got to do. We've got some alchemy stuff we've got to do. Generating our recipes, which I already started doing some of that. Again, this might be something that in the long run I will do off screen, or you guys can help me come up with different recipes for things that you want to see. Figuring out what the best combinations are. They don't necessarily have to be unique, but it would be nice if they were. And then once we have all that content, then it's just a matter of hooking them up into our point system. Maybe we can even get some saving and loading done. We got to fix our tooltip system, figure out why that's not scaling properly, but otherwise we incorporated a tooltip system into our game last time. So if I come here and I hit play, so for anybody who has not seen the state of the game, so we have a bunch of buttons up here that will spawn for each of the elements that we have unlocked. We can click them, put items into the board, and they will kind of slowly bounce around with one another. And if we combine them, you can see in the corner, or maybe not since my head is in the way, but it says invalid recipe. So if they don't make a recipe, they do nothing, but eventually we want to make them, and we'll probably get into this today. If we drag them over, it'll combine them and create a new element. And if that is one that we haven't unlocked yet, it'll make that available for us. And then we also hooked up all of our wonderful UI assets that we made. So here you can see our tooltip system. It's kind of working, but we got to get it to stretch the box properly. And if we drag these over, that's not yet functioning, so we got to fix that. And these are like floating away, and I think I know why, because we didn't freeze the rigid body. And then eventually, once these things unlock, they'll give us different effects, or even in some cases different cards. And the goal is to eventually make it so that we can turn this into a deck builder and a deck battler. And so we've got our options menus here, so we can turn on and off our tooltips. Very nice. We can return to main menu, or we got to fix that apparently. And can also quit the application. So that is what we have so far. Oh yes, and also we have our point system down here, which is working independently, but we need to hook it up. So let us do focused mode. So if I hit play, and we come over to our point system. So say we want to add 5 points. And you see we have our projected points and then our current points. So the projected one goes instantly, so we can use that to compare for logic. So if we're casting something, we check what our projected points are. And then this will tick up over time. And we can also go down. And it'll clamp itself between 0 and... Oops. You are not clamping. Why have you stopped clamping? You were clamping before. All right. So we have a couple bugs to fix. the GDD's nuts. Bit of a late start today. One of the consequences of working through the night is that I sleep through the morning. I was also looking into addressables before, seeing if that could help us out, but sadly no. All right, so let's consult our GDD, figure out what we want to work on first. And as always, you can ask me questions, give me discussion prompts, all that good stuff. All right, let's fix the recycling and the trash floating away first. Yes, we don't want that to move or scale. Also, let me pin this while I'm still remembering. Good, now they don't float away. Okay. So now we have to figure out why their buttons are not working. And that's because we haven't attached the recycling bin. So our element container let me just look at this real quick. Right, so on drop, it checks if it's an element, and if it is, it recycles it, which just destroys it. So we should probably have a and we won't worry about that for now. And then if we press the button, it will recycle all of them. So let us do serialize field, private, bool, cycle points. So we'll say if recycle points recycle, otherwise destroy element. destroy element. Come on. There we go. Alright, so dropped element. So we don't need this anymore. Actually, because there's never going to be a time when we don't destroy it, so no, because the whole point of doing this is so that the trash can just destroy them without recycling them. And we say if recycle points and we probably don't need this anymore. I guess we could put this in the destroy method. Okay. So it's always going to destroy it, but only if we check recycle is it going to recycle. Alright, so let's make sure that's working. Okay, so get rid of this, get rid of this. So the trash can or without refunding points. So both of you need a recycling bin. You have 2 for some reason. So you're going to recycle. Void elements are not refunded. Where is our container? Okay. So now we need to hook in our buttons. Let's hide all that. So this is the recycling one. So when we click, destroy all, recycling bin. Here, when we click, destroy all. And made sure to freeze you. Give you 0 gravity just in case. Give you 0 gravity just in case. I think the other one I had was probably kinematic, though. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, let's see if that's working now. Okay, that looks like that's working. Let's make a whole bunch of things. Good, those are all gone. And those are all gone. Good. So now we should probably hook up the point system. So where is our... we should probably fix this first, actually. Points manager. And then we also want to kill off the other coroutine. So when we count up, we should say stop. Sure, let's just stop running on this behavior. And when we count down, let's clean this up a little bit. Get rid of all these things that we don't need. So you should never be negative. Should say, well, because if we're counting down, then differential.raw we still have the raw value? Yes. If differential raw is where do we want to put this? Well, differential raw is greater than 0. And here, well, differential raw is less than 0. Right, because differential raw is projected minus current. So if the projected value minus current value so if we're going up, this should be the other way around. All right, let's try that. I just saw a headline that said apparently CD's Project Red admitted that Cyberpunk wasn't dystopian enough after they visited California. That's rich. Okay, so if we invoke, okay. So that didn't work. Let's try it with just that. Nope, not you. You. I had this working before. Alright, so something about the stop all coroutines is throwing this off. So let's put that back. And instead of stop all routines up, right, because we only want to do that one if it's changing. Let's put some AC on because it's getting muggy in here. Anyway, so how are you all doing today, chat? Saw a couple people's Game Jam prototypes in the server. People making interesting things. Someone making a Celeste clone. Let's do this. So we can actually see what we're looking at here. Help diagnose the problem. Probably what I should do is give this a default value so I don't have to keep doing that every time. There we go. Alright, so alright, so here's our differentials. So if we click that, both of these should be 0. So I click up, so the differential is increasing. Weird. Alright, so something about this is not working. Put that back to not equal to 0. What I could do is make it so that if it's going up, then we do some things. If it's going down, we do some other things. So like if count greater than 0, do up event. If count is less than 0, do down event. And do it that way. And just eliminate these two entirely. Because I think this was working well. Alright, so hit play. Hey, Prosser. I'm doing well this morning. How are you doing? Got a bit of a late start today. But, alright, so this is working now. That's good. Yeah, I like this better. Instead of calling all of this. So if count is greater than 0, on points added dot invoke. Count is less than 0. Move dot invoke. Private void. Count down. So on points added plus holes. Um, should this be on enable? This should be on enable. On disable. Always make sure to unsubscribe whatever events you subscribe to. Can't sleep again. Big Sag. Okay, so now this should give us debugs every time we add a point. So we should get something like 5 of these. Yep. And 10 of these. Okay. So that's working. All right, so now where is our button manager? We need to go into our button prefab. All right, so we don't need this anymore. Now, when we initialize, don't need this anymore. Don't need this anymore. So here we're going to need a channel. I have to remember how to do this. So when you spawn, you're going to, right, so the points thing is the points one is the listener. So you just need private event channel int call this on deduct. On deduct points. Okay, and then our points counter. And event channels. Okay. And you need to tell it how many to deduct. And you're going to get that from data.conjure cost. Did we make conjure cost an int? It should be an int. Okay. You've had sleep issues for months? Aw, that sucks. Do you have a sense of why? What we should do is make this specifically a reduce points. Anxiety and excessive thoughts. Do you do any kind of meditating? I don't think I need this, actually. Should be able to just get... So what I need to do is say that this is going to be a negative number. Sure. Just so it's pretty clear. And then for our recycling method, private event channel int. Okay, so go to our recycling bin and our trash can. And those should both be adding it. We don't need this positive one. So if you're having trouble sleeping, so there's this video here that I would recommend. So, Healthy Gamer, Dr. K talking about how to fix your sleep cycle. See if that helps at all. Okay, so should be able to gonna go play some Minecraft? Okay. Although I don't think the screens will help you with your sleep. Alright, so first thing we need to do is we need to make sure that there is points available before we spawn this. Projected points is less than Uh, so if it's less than that, then we return. So we need to say thought I had made an empty one. Let's just make it game object. Event channel. Do I have one for transform? I do. Okay. Do that instead. All right, so if we don't have projected points, then we can't do that. And for the recycling bin, let's see how that works. Okay, so that's obviously not where we want it to be, so that is modifying it directly. So we do need add points, move points. So then there's our prefab. So you need remove points. And points manager. On points added. No. It needs to be an event listener. Type int. Right, so the idea of using the event channels is so that we don't have to use actions directly. On points added, on points removed. Right, so then we don't want this anymore. I think I'm just confusing myself here. Right, so we want that. So then come back to here and event listener int. Okay, so the points manager is going to be listening to any other events that would cause it to modify the points. I don't think we need this. Yeah, because the only things that are going to be modifying the points are those other things. Down. Right, so that's where we're going to play sounds and spawn particles, potentially. Alright, so hopefully this should work now. Unfortunately, everything is going to be a single point cost. Okay, so that's working. If I go all the way down to 0, good, and I can't spawn anymore. Alright, so that only recycled 1. Alright, so something with the recycling bin is still not working. And that's because instead of being modified, you need to be added. Somehow I got extra points from that. shouldn't be able to get extra points. So this is updating correctly. This is not updating correctly. Points manager. So when that gets called, that should be doing it right away. Alright, so invoking add points works. Let's go back to the... So whenever we add points, it calls that, passes that in. Yep, it's using the dynamic versions. Which is weird because this is acting as an intermediary. Oh. Just did something. So why is that taking a long time to update? So whenever that's getting destroyed, it's effectively culling it twice. Alright, so it is working, it's just lagging for some reason. So the recycling bin, so like the regular trash doesn't need recycling. But you, I got it. Because this is getting called within, so this is calling destroy element, but destroy element is already recycling it, so we don't need that twice. That should do it. That also might be what's causing this thing to get confused. Okay, so that got rid of the doubling effect. And we just make a whole bunch of them. Right, so now we can't spawn more of those. That's good. And we recycle you, you're only adding one, and this should add the other 48. Excellent. Okay. So now we need to work on the unlocks. Which is going to be here. So we need to go back into our script here. We'll get rid of these. So all elements. So we need water, earth, fire, air, dark, light. Where is our game manager? Let's see. So we need our spawner. Add empty slot that does nothing. Right, we did that. Spawn all buttons at once. Through list, checking locked status. Disable all that are unlocked. Okay, so in update, we already have this. So let's just see how that works. Got all elements. And then our game manager currently is not doing anything, so it's just whatever. This should make a whole bunch of them. Okay, so we've got a whole bunch of these. And they're going to need tooltips. So instead of 3 rows, we should maybe make 5 rows. So let's do that. So I think what we want to do is we want to make them enabled if they're unlocked, but interactable if they have points. Let's just see what it looks like on maximized. Cool. I'm not quite sure what these little things are, but look, we got like spell book and this guy. And I see some of them are unlocked over there. So let us turn off the elastic. Right, so now it's not scrolling at all, which is not so great. Make it unrestricted. Okay, we can at least see all our elements. So here we've got something. So we probably want to add tooltips to our elements and our element buttons so we know that what things are. So somewhere over here we have another one. And these are not in order still. Interesting. I don't quite recall what that one's supposed to be. That one doesn't seem to be working. Oh, because that's disabled, but for some reason that's still shiny. And jar. And then all of the ones that we don't yet have sprites for. This one is probably water. Just going alphabetically. Okay, so what do we need to do now? We need to disable the ones that aren't showing. And we might want to have them paired up in a group. Because otherwise we're going to get a lot of empty spaces. So instead of button.interactable, if you're unlocked, we're going to say GameObject.set. So, like, I don't think these will auto... we could do this in initialize, actually. So let's just make a public bool unlocked. And another one for active. So active will be points manager dot instance dot projected points is greater than or equal to data dot conjure cost. Okay. Maybe we want to do this here. Get private set. Then we'll say if it's null. Or not null, rather. And then we need something to unlock it with. Alright, so for right now, we're not worried about that. Except... Okay. So then we need a method to unlock you. Public void unlock. Set active true. Maybe we want to put this in the data. And say that public game object UI spawn button. So when we initialize this, data.set spawn button to this. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Okay, let's test that. Make sure that's working. And we also want our buttons to have tooltip trigger 2D. Private tool tip trigger 2D. Tooltip. And then in initialize, we'll say tooltip dot title text equals data dot display name. Tooltip dot body text equals data dot description cost data dot under cost never remember if it's that slash or that slash. Alright, so you've got the cost, and then you got the description. Can't remember if we can use tags in these. Alright, but that should at least give us something, and then where is the element? Get rid of card data for now, get rid of game manager for now. Tooltip. Alright, so on the element itself, we don't care so much about the casting cost. We just want the description. And for element builder, this, we only care about cost and not the description. Alright, so hopefully that should work, and we should have tooltips applied to our buttons and to our elements. Okay, so it is successfully disabling them. Okay. Okay. Hello? And you are not doing that because you don't have a tooltip attached to your prefab. Element. Tooltip trigger. And yeah. Okay. So let's try that now. Almost going for 2 hours. Okay. And that's because I have not updated the JSON yet, but it is working. Curious what that is supposed to be. Okay, but that's working, so I can make a whole bunch of these. Cool. Alright, so maybe we put the description back and we add the costs to the header. So this is the UI. And put that in a little parentheses. And for the element itself, cool. Hey, Muzamil. Watching me work gives you inspiration? That's awesome. So happy to hear that. Glad I could inspire you. appropriate that we're listening to Cult of the Lamb soundtrack, because as the leader of the Cult of Circuit, that is my job, to inspire all of our followers in Minecraft. Alright, so tooltips should be working now. Yep. I'm actually taking a break from streaming that while the competition's going on. Okay. Cool. So our tooltips are working. So we need to figure out how to disable these elements, these buttons. So I think maybe the easiest way to do that would be to have them keep track of themselves and their neighbor after. Because otherwise we're going to get a lot of empty space. So let us do public int index index next. No, we don't need that because we know it's going to be one above. And when we initialize this, we will say index equals transform dot get sibling index, and game object neighbor equals transform dot parent dot child index plus 1 dot game object so when we initialize this, Okay. So set neighbor. Okay, so hopefully that should turn off all of that. All right, let's try it. Hopefully this should make a much more compact header. Fingers crossed. Mm-hmm. Yes. So now we only have the elements that we've actually unlocked. Cool. All right, so I'm going to take a break to go use the bathroom. We'll be right back. We're back. Okay, so we got spawning, locking done. So the next thing we need to do is unlocking, which is done with recipes. So if we create a new recipe, when it creates a recipe, it'll check if it's unlocked. So to do that, we need some recipes. So I'm just going to make a placeholder one for now, so we can test out the functionality. And looks like we have some here already. Let's just make new ones, because we still have to make our factory as well. So recipe, just call this one lava. Alright, so you're going to need lava as your result. And let's just say, for sake of argument, that this is fire plus earth until we figure it out. Okay. Okay, so for now, we only have one recipe, and for sake of argument, let's just say it's unlocked. All right, so when it's dropped, it'll compare. All right, so we're doing our checks here. So if either of those cases is true, then we return success, otherwise we return failure. This can be a proper singleton. Okay, nothing changed there. So if it's a success, it's going to get the results, instantiate a prefab, and initialize it with the data, some sounds, add to the list of available effects. Alright, so let's just make sure that if we add fire and earth together, it will get us the thing that we want. And now that we have tooltips in place, even though the icons are still messed up, we can figure it out. So we want earth and fire. So if we put these two together, and something happened. Ah. Okay. So now let's try again. So we need a bandit and some wind. Thought I told this recycling bin to empty itself. But yeah, we're making progress, chat. We're actually starting to get into the core gameplay loop. It's bandit, wind, so that's earth and that. And that made a valid recipe. And we should probably disable the tooltip when it does that, but it didn't spawn the thing. And that is because let's get rid of that. Bar result data. Alright, so let us play focused. See if it actually spawned and if it's just hiding. You. Okay, so it's spawning on the Alchemy manager, which we don't want, so we need it to spawn in the element container. Private transform. Okay, so instead of spawning here, you're going to spawn on the container. Then you're going to initialize. A and B get destroyed. So this should spawn, and then after 3 seconds, it should disappear. There we go. And that is apparently lava. So what is this one? That's water. Okay, so now so after that, we need to unlock it. Curious if it'll still unlock after this is called, or if I have to wait for it to disappear. It'll probably throw an error when it tries to do that because it's destroyed. But let's test. Okay, so it can work if I call it after. So now we don't want to make this call every time. We just want to say if element.data.unlocked turn, or just say if not that. So let us destroy these first. Okay, so that'll unlock it. So now we want to have our unlocked ones and all of our recipes. So if it wasn't unlocked, then we say elements What are we trying to say here? Right, we got all that. Let us do element.transform.do shake position. Let's make it so that elements public bool draggable by default it will be true. Where is our drag and drop? Utilities, drag and drop. Public bool draggable. And we'll say if not draggable, okay. So element dot get component type of drag and drop dot draggable equals false, because we don't want to be able to drag this one necessarily. It's just going to show up there and then disappear. And let's see, sequence equals new tweening sequence. Do we want to append or do we want to do them in series? Let's not do it as a sequence. Let's just say element dot actually yeah, we'll do it as sequence. No. Element dot transform dot local scale equals vector 0. Element dot transform dot do scale let's just say 2f wait time times 0.5. Right, so in like a second and a half, it'll pop up and do shake. Error values. The 90 kind of sucks, so beware. Create some more balanced randomness that looks more harmonic. Sure. Let's just try that, see what that looks like. So if this is working properly, when it spawns, it should start out as 0. It should pop in like a second and a half. Dot ease. Ease dot in out. Let's just see what that looks like. So if nothing else, I'm learning how to use do tween effectively. Okay. So it should like scale in like a bounce kind of thing. Interesting. try that. Let's also... You know what? We should have it spawn this on the... rather than being in the middle, because that's kind of slow. Element b dot transform dot position. Let's just see what it looks like without the easing. It might be better if it just pops in. So let's make a bunch of you and a bunch of you. Alright, so you need to like basically start with 0 scale. View scale 0. Basically instant. And does. See, look at this. We're even already getting into a little bit of polish and juice. Okay. Let's turn tooltips off for a second. Two, three. So we also want this stuff to be not there. Element. If not scalable, return. And element scalable is false. Thank you. Guess we can reduce the wait time after destroying. Make it 0.5 seconds. Let's see what that do. Muzamil, you still in the chat? Because I was going to say, what's interesting about you saying that you were inspired by me streaming and watching me work is that there was part of me that was tempted not to stream today, just because I thought it was mostly going to be data entry stuff. Let's hide tooltips. All right. Cool. Yeah, I think making it so that it's destroyable and not draggable prevents us from... Although... if you're quick enough... Do I want to leave them on the field? Because eventually you're going to run out of points. Like, that's the idea, right? Is that you run out of points, so then you turn them into cards and you go to battle. I guess it could be if we don't do the card battling stuff, then it's how many moves you get. Oh yes, something else I wanted to do. Where is our light? So what I should do... Let's just make sure this still works. Alright, so game panels. Ah, now it's no longer able to interact with those. Okay, so that was a bad idea. So what I was going to say is for our options menu, Where are you? Let's just do this. No, that's not gonna work. Dark mode. Hmm. You know what, let's just go fully crazy here. So instead of this, I'll just say Okay. So after we change that, alright, so we'll hide that one. Title canvas can be main menu. So the new game button. Yes, and then options. So when we start a new game, Alchemy Manager, no, Points Manager. Reset. bring back the quit button. Leave that off so that nobody will know what they're missing. All right. See if all that's working. Should bring us to the title screen. Going for a little over 3 hours, not bad. Cool. So we should probably hide that. Options. So when we click continue, I want to hide the options canvas. And then for our dark mode, probably don't need that. Since we're doing it at the canvas level. So let's just make sure that's all working. All right, so start dark mode. It is not hiding it. Okay, that's still working. Main menu. New game. New game should probably hide that. So we've got some points down. Continue. New game resets it. Okay. So the canvas sorter for this is not working, and new game should also hide the options menu. Not the button, canvas. All right, so you okay, let's try. Alright, so it turned it off, but it's not turning it on. Okay, so you've got that. Dark mode. Button. Canvas sorter. Thought I had a version of this where it just toggles automatically. And this, that's sorting order times equals -1. That should do the thing that we want. Hey Doriad, progress is looking good. Work schedule prevented you from taking part in this jam, so you've been watching my streams when you have breaks. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. I'm glad you're liking it. Alright, so now shouldn't need this. So how's your day been going so far, Doriad? Did you just get out of work? Short break? Dun, dun, dun. Alright, now we're working. Look at that. Nice little flicker. Too bad lights don't work in the canvas, otherwise I could get it to actually be a real pulsing light. Let's change that button. Yeah, the options one I think will work. Yeah, because this is basically an options screen. And then maybe instead of this, ooh. So kind of like the one with the spiders on it. Yeah, let's go with that. You're doing a repetitive coding job. It's fun just popping by and see someone do creative work. Is there any way that you can inject fun into your job? Okay, so for now, options menu is good. Something I had thought about doing if we don't do the card battler part was having little spiders come in at different points around the edge. So like they'll periodically spawn and try to drag things off of the screen. Basically just make your job harder. Okay, so now we need recipes, I think. Just come back here, make sure everything is still working. Okay, so we start here. Right, we should probably fix the tooltips as well. Alright, so main menu, click to return to main menu. New game, click to start a new game. Return to your current game or start a new game. New game. Alright, so we've got points here. Shop, battle mode, deck builder, catalog. Alright, so I should probably make it so if the options menu toggles. Okay, so they're behaving. You limit your hours to just over part-time and use the rest of your time on game dev. Nice. Fortunately, I might have to start doing something like that myself. We shall see. Okay, so we should do, if it's not a valid recipe, don't need you anymore, don't need you anymore, don't need you anymore. Right, Alchemy Manager. Trigger failed, so... So if it fails, then element a.transform.do tween do tw let's just do this. And same for element B. And private enumerator. Wait for seconds. Wait time. Actually, I probably don't even need to do that because do tween works on that already. So then element a dot transform dot do move. Element a dot data dot spawn button dot spawn dot position. Same thing for B. and destroy at B. All right, so in theory, what this should do is if it fails, it should return them back to their buttons and destroy them. Should probably also make them undraggable. Get component type of squash and stretch. Now, drag and drop. Draggable equals false. It's just for now. Points manager dot instance dot add points element dot data dot conjure cost. Just make this work for now, and then we'll separate out the concerns. And then element A dot scalable equals false. Really what I should do is this for each of them. Yeah, in fact, let's do that. Because it's basically going to be the same thing. Okay. Probably look up how to flash them red. Sprite or image. Dot do dot color dot really? Prefabs element. What do you call that? Image dot. I'll look up tween's documentation real quick. Can I just do this? I can do that. No. What's wrong? Right. And duration. What? It says it can do that. Weird. Do I need an extra using statement? That's the alpha. I didn't do any of that. Means mid-UI color. This background is the only thing rendered in the scene. Yeah. I'm still new to do tween, so let us
simple effect like this can have a huge impact on your game, and it can be done easily. First, we will create a new material. Click on the shader dropdown and choose GUI text shader. If you swap the default sprite material on the sprite renderer with this, it will render the sprite as a solid color shape. If you swap it back, you get your flash effect. I wrote an easy to use component that is doing this exactly. You just drop it next to the sprite renderer, set the material and the duration. To trigger a flash, you have to reference it in your code. And call the flash function on it, and wire it up, of course. I put the source on GitHub, so you don't have to type it in yourself. You can copy and paste it or download the whole project if you want to. Now, let's see the implementation. We need to serialize or public variables. Flash material is for the GUI material. Duration is the time to wait before we swap back to the default material. We also need a few private variables. Sprite renderer is the component that we have to interact with. We need another material reference. This will store the default sprite material. Also a reference to a coroutine. If you don't know what a coroutine is, think of it as a function with logic that is executing under multiple frames. By pausing and contact, we fetch the sprite The component that we have to interact with. We need another material reference. This will store the default sprite material, also a reference to our coroutine. If you don't know what a coroutine is, think of it as a function with logic that is executing under multiple frames by pausing and continuing on the next frame. Click on the suggestion for a detailed explanation, but I think it will click once you have seen it in use. On start, we fetch the sprite render. And save its current material. The flash coroutine does most of the job.
Yeah, so since tween isn't working, I have to figure out this. Fortunately, I've used this for sprites in other projects before. So let me pull this off to the side. Ah! Thank you. Private enumerator flash. Just call it flash. Image.material equals flash material. Yields. Return. New wait for seconds. Duration. Image.material equals do I need a separate material for this? Can I just do color? Let's just keep going. Theme equals null.
First, we swap the sprite render as material, like I showed you in the inspector, and we wait for a few frames, so the player has time to notice the change. After the pause, we swap back to the default material. Before returning, we set the flash routine variable to null, as a sign that the routine is finished. Coroutines are not called like normal functions. You have to
This might have also helped when I was doing my counter thing, assigning it.
Pass as a parameter to the start coroutine method. This returns a reference to the running coroutine that can be used to stop its execution. Before starting it, we check if it's already running. You could run it multiple times, but in this case, that would lead to some nasty bugs. So if it's already running, we will stop it and start it again. If you want this effect in a different color, for example in red for burning enemies, or green for a healing spell, you could either change the color of the material in the editor, or we could make a few minor changes to the code. First, we have to replace the GUI material with a copy on start. This is needed so each instance of the script can color its own copy and will not interact. We could make a few minor changes to the code. First, we have to replace the GUI material with a copy on start. This is needed so each instance of the script can color its own copy and will not interfere with the others. Flash needs a color parameter that it will simply pass the flash routine. We just have to assign this color. For the flash material, you can use it the same way as previously. You just have to specify a color. It will simply pass the flash routine. We just have to assign this color to flash material. You can use
I guess we don't need that.
use it the same way as previously. You just have to specify a color. I hope you found this tutorial useful. Leave a comment if you have any questions.
Alright, thank you very much for that. So let us try attaching this to our element. It did not compile because we still have an error. Coming up on 4 hours. Okay, so now you should be able to attach this. Just call this point 1 second. In fact, did I not give you a default value? No. So let's make this 0.1f. Again, I'm not sure why I need to swap out the material. Why can't I just change the color directly? Let me try doing that, actually. Because that would seem to make a lot more sense to me. Of course, we should get the original color. Just because the color of the original might not necessarily be white, it could be transparent or something. Okay. Let's try it. Because we shouldn't need materials, right? Unless we're doing like custom shaders. And let's go back into here and we'll say element.get component type of flash color dot flash color dot red. And let's see if this works. I don't care about that. So what kind of project are you working on at work? Or are you not allowed to say? Alright, so these two we know won't make a recipe. It is adding the points back, though. Um, all right. Praise the Lamb is coming on, so that should be good things happening. It's a good omen. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to tell me if you're not allowed to. I was just curious, trying to make conversation. Interesting. So these we want to happen in sequence. We want to shake first, then do that. Can I do... No, I can't. I could do that if I returned it. Should be able to chain that now. No? Hmm. Aha! So now I can chain them together. So these are also appearing behind those elements, so I need to move the container up higher in the hierarchy so that they always appear on top. That's fine, I don't mind. If you have something else you'd rather ask about. Alright, so these should really be above all of that. Cool. How long have you been working in Unity? Okay, so do that. Going on 9 years? Oh, so almost as long as me. Yeah, I'm also finally feeling competent. Alright, so you are not moving back there. Why? It's also kind of hard to tell if it's... Looks like they're both shaking. I can't tell if both of them are flashing. Let's just go real crazy with it, and... Can I just chain them like that? Could probably also make it so that these flash white. I think I just realized why the material has to be set. Because that would make it all one color. Let's just make sure that this actually works first before we mess with it. Alright, so we did that. We did that. I think we did that. Did that. Did that. Did that. So we still have to make that. Did that. Did that. Did that. Did that. Did that. Set game from main menu. We did that. All right, so the bold ones are the ones we still have to do. So you said you've been working in Unity for 9 years, so what kind of games have you been making? Or other projects? What's the overall game concept? You've only got bits of the concept so far. So we have 2 different parts. So we have the craft. We have 3 different parts, actually, in theory. So you have the elemental crafting part, which is this section here, where you combine elements together to make new elements. So like there, we just made lava, and for some reason that broke. Okay, it's not spawning that all of a sudden. But you saw we created a new one now. And so we can destroy these, we can recycle them to get our points back, or we can just outright destroy them. So once we have elements unlocked, these will eventually give us card effects, or even entire cards, like if it's a creature. And then we go and into the deck building phase, where we use the components that we got to build out a card, and then to take those cards and to build out a deck. And if we then have a deck, then we go into the battle mode, where we play our cards in a little mini game against an opponent, and we get points back that we can then use to unlock new things, and the cycle repeats. Okay, so they both are. Alright. That actually is helpful that it's just a square, because I can see that quite easily. Alright, but for some reason, this one is returning null, not actually making a new one. So at the moment, we've got sort of the bare bones of a Doodle God clone. So what broke here in our success? I really should have waited to see where the null ref was coming from. Yeah, so I don't know that we're necessarily going to get to anything to do with cards, because we're halfway through the game jam, and we don't even really have the alchemy stuff sorted. You like the feed into the cards idea? I do too, that's why I came up with it. What? Right, that's not going to work because it probably hasn't been awake yet. So let's do this instead. Element A. Type of flash. So we'll just make those flash blue. Then half a second later, for you. So still got some learning to do with tween. What? Oh. Because we forgot to turn it off and back on again. Yeah, if I had at least one other person, I could be doing either all of the art or all of the programming, and then have them do something else. Okay, so that's working. You know what we probably could do? Rather than chaining them like this, and we'll make the default be 1. So that should flash 3 times. Oh cool, you worked on like a Double Dragon type game. Like the old classic arcade style. I remember that movie, actually. Currently working on a short immersive sim. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. Okay. All right, cool. That was a neat effect. And that didn't work because it destroyed them instantly. Should be doing with this with globals, but whatever. Make it work, make it right, make it fast, in that order. We don't get any points for clean code, especially not with Thor and after his whole lecture about the way that Undertale was made. It's not spawning our meat anymore. Yeah, the long switch statement. This might have to be in the reverse order. Does tween have a destroy function? Oh. I can do that. And so just call that on complete. That's much easier. And we could probably do the same here. So then we can say this. And then we shouldn't need that. It's getting destroyed before it knows where to instantiate, so it's probably instantiating at 0. Knucklebones. Speaking of mini games that we're trying to emulate. Okay. There we go. I guess we should probably make it so that ones that spawn on the field you can just keep reusing. We'll see. I'll have to think about that. Because that, for right now, that'd be a way to get more points. Probably what else I should do is not resize the window, but put all of this in its own thing. Um, now that we know that we can do this, I think that's got to be like that. Yeah. And it's 9 o'clock. I should make a function that does this since we keep doing this. Public void disable interaction. All right. Have fun at work. Thank you for stopping by. So after that one flashes, it'll destroy itself and then spawn the element. And I might even be able to get away with that. Because they're happening in the same frame. Let's test and find out. Okay, so you guys... Alright, so you're shaking for a long time. 3. Alright, but you do go back to your spots. Interesting. It's kind of working. A little bit janky, but... Alright, so the failure shake is going on too long. Get rid of that. Right, because this should scale up and shake at the same time. Maybe we make duration a parameter too. Alright, so put those two together. Alright, the shaking is a little bit long on failure. That's fine. Ah, come back. Um, just throw all that in there. All right, save that. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, and we're back. Doesn't look like that's being used anywhere, so let's see, any more magic numbers here? Yes. Should probably get some lights for here and here. I mean, I have lights, I should hook them up, that's what I'm saying. So that if I'm streaming when it gets dark. So what is taking all that time? Ah, that's a bit snappier. Let's just see what this does. Okay, I like that. Let's see what this does. $50 seems pretty good for that. All right, so the success one. Part of this is still figuring out, how to do things in parallel versus in series. Alright, so the failure one's looking good. Alright, I think that might have done it. All right, so let's fix up our tooltips here. See if we can't figure out why this isn't working and stretching. Um, right. I think I forgot to do that. And then we want horizontal to be preferred size and vertical to be unconstrained, I think. Hmm. Ah. Mhm. First, add horizontal layout group. Element, add a content size filter. You have a layout group. Well, each of the UI elements in the group to fit their respective content. What do? You can't put a content size fitter on each child. Reasons the content fitter wants to control over its own rect transform, but the parent layout group wants to control over the child rect. It isn't necessary either. The parent layout group can already make each child. In order to make a rect transform with the text component on it, hit the content text content and component same game object horizontal bit number down.
this video, we're going to make a tooltip in Unity. It will automatically scale to fit whatever text you give it, and it will always say to be. Then this should be very spacey UI, so there's no matches perfect. It is very easy to add some colors and extra information to our tooltip. It's the whole thing worth a very versatile. Alright, so this is our goal: green space UI. And now inside we're going to need two things: a background and some text. So let's add a new UI image for the background, and over here let's anchor it to the left side. So at 0, okay. Alright, so that's the background. Now the size itself will be set dynamically, so whatever we set here doesn't really matter. And in here, instead of putting it straight right there on the edge, let's give it a little bit of a breathing. Alright, so just like that. We have our basic tooltip set up. We have a background image and a simple text. Now let's make the script a handle. So in C# script, call this once again the same thing, tooltip screen space UI. Drag the script to our parent and let's open it. So we find the background and get the component, alright. Then for the text mesh, which again is using Text Mesh Pro, so using TM Pro. So here we have both of our references. Now tooltip text. A vector 2 for the text size, and we go into our text mesh in order to get the rendered values. And let's include all of our characters. Right, so just like this, we have the text size. Now, this sometimes might cause some issues depending on when the text updates, so we can make sure that it always updates by going into the text mesh and call force mesh update. So just make sure that it works all the time. Okay, so we have the text size and just set it on the background. Pretty simple, right? Let's see. And yep, there's the text with the background with the exact size. Right, so far so good. Good. Now let's do a more thorough test by setting some random text. Alright, so I've made this simple test function. It creates a function periodic, which is a helper class from the utilities that you can grab for free from unitycodemonkey.com. Essentially, this is going to trigger an action on every certain amount of time. So this action will be triggered every half a second. And in this action, first we are defining a sort of dictionary, then a base text message, and then we just apply some randomness, get a random number of characters, and choose a random character from this string. So this should let us test and make sure that our tooltip works with any text. Okay, so let's call this up here, and let's test. And if there's a tooltip, and regardless of what random text we set it, it always has the perfect size. And here we're automatically getting the rendered values from the text. So for example, if we modify the text size, so let's put it much smaller, let's say it's at 20, and there you go, now our tooltip is much smaller. So very easy, very adaptable. However, you can also see that the text doesn't look completely right. The thing is that the background is 100% perfect, so it matches perfectly with whatever text we give it. However, in order to make our text look a bit better, we give it some breathing room on the left and lower corners. So it would be nice to add a little padding both on the left side and on the right side. So let's do that. Down here in our set text function, we get the text size. Let's also define a vector 2 for the padding size, and just define some values. Now here we set the actual text object by 4,4, so let's essentially double that. And here let's put it at 8,8. Again, this is just visual. So
Problem with this is that it'll make it all in one single line.
you can put whatever padding you want, including just 0. So we set the size double to the text size directly from the text mesh, and also how many new lines and how many characters. 100% perfect. So the background correctly matches whatever text we give it. And again, since we're grabbing the text size directly from the text mesh, it also works with new lines. So here in our string, let's just randomly add a bunch of new lines. And let's see it. And yep, there it is. And you can see, regardless of how many new lines and how many characters we add, yep, it always looks perfect. So the background perfectly matches whatever text we give it. Awesome. Okay, so with the background scale correct, now let's make sure that it follows the mouse. So here, let's make... Sometimes when designing and developing our games, the behavior may inherently cause them to explore the screen to gain a better understanding of their context, so it only makes sense to predict and allow for that curiosity in the games that we create. A tooltip to look at how we can use some of the UI. So before Kenny, render on top of any maximum value, and confirm that the way I found to do this is to have a completely different canvas exclusively for our tooltip. This way, we can set the source order in the canvas renderer to its maximum value, and confirm that it will always be on top. Next, let's create our tooltip itself. I want my tooltip to be inside a white box and have a head area and then a description area. So I'll create the base background for the box using the image, and add a vertical layout group, 2 text mesh pro elements, and label them accordingly. I want my tooltip to dynamically resize based on content. So let's disable the child 469 options on the vertical layout element, and enable the control child size option.
That might be something that I forgot to add, because I think that's where I originally got this from. Okay, not quite. Hmm.
Instead, next let's add a content size filter to the image. And set both properties to preferred size. Layout element and enable label accordingly. I want Little Tip to dynamically resize based on the content. So let's disable the child force expand options on the vertical layout element and enable the control child size option instead. Next, let's add a content size filter to the image. The child force expand options on the vertical layout element and enable the control child size option instead. Next, let's add a content size filter to the image and set both properties. These to preferred size. Now, as our text increases in length, our image resizes to fit. If we enable or disable the header or content, our image also resizes. So this is okay, but if our text is too long and isn't formatted, we end up with a rather long and unreadable block of content here.
Oh, that's kind of doing something.
To avoid this, we need our text field to have its size limited by the layout system. So let's add a layout element to our tooltip and set preferred size to 500. Now,
All right, so I had the right idea. Hey, Paint and Code. Thanks. Yeah, I did a little bit more work on the menus, trying to fix up the tooltip to make sure that it scales and expands properly. I haven't gotten to the card building stuff yet, but I did add some stuff to the Alchemy bit. Once I get this tooltip thing working, I will show you.
Now, text wraps nicely and our tooltip looks more presentable.
Where is it? Let me just finish watching through this.
However, we now have the issue that if our text is just a few words long, the horizontal size of our box no longer resizes to fit its short content. But if we toggle the layout element on or off, notice how our box resizes. So we need to create a way for our layout element to toggle on or off based on the size of the content. Let's create a new script on our tooltip, simply called tooltip. And at the top, let's add the execute in edit mode attribute and add a reference to our header and content fields, as well as the layout element. Let's also add an integer called character wrap limit. In the update method, let's use a ternary operator, check the length of our fields, and define it.
Reading books at 2 times speed helps you learn faster. Alright, so public text throw you GUI. Just uncomment that. If the layout element should be enabled or not. Now our tooltip will check the field contents and size itself accordingly. So now the tooltip Still not happy. Why? Offset and container. Do I have a moment to talk about the factory system, whether it's different from child and parent system? So one of the things that I want to do today is try and make that system generic. So we'll be talking about that a little later. Well, like I said, I really want to get this tooltip thing done. Because this is driving me crazy. Oh. There we go. You just have to wait for this to recompile. Yeah, because I don't have so much crap open all at the same time. All right, what did you set your wrap limit to?
Let's look at how we can get tooltip patch to show. Let's create a new script on our canvas called tooltip system. In here, let's create a singleton reference and a static method called show and hide. Let's also add a reference to our tooltip. When the show method is called, we'll enable the tooltip, and when the hide is called, we'll disable it. Now all we need to do is call tooltip system.show from any object that we'd like to show our tooltip. Let's create another script called tooltip trigger. Content. Some tooltips would include title, so I want to be able to control whether or not a header is shown and hide.
All right, we'll leave that for now. Because you wanted to see what we've been doing. Probably leave the wrap limit at like 50 maybe. All right, so we have our main menu here, our title screen. Click on this. Let's just disable tooltips for now. So we can turn dark mode on or off. And we start a new game. So we've got our buttons all nice and working. In fact, let's turn dark mode off so you can see. Oh yes, I also changed the background of the options menu. And all of this is now working. No more bugs with that. So I can click on a bunch of elements. And so if we don't have a valid recipe for combining two items, it'll turn red and shake and go back and it will refund us the points. I can still drag stuff here and it'll refund it to us, or I can drag them here and it'll just outright destroy them. So if I do have a valid recipe, it'll shake and it'll spawn that, and you notice that we got a new item unlocked here. Hey Milo, the end or start is nigh. You have joined a game jam and actually have people who want to work with me. Awesome. I remember you had concerns about people not wanting to partner up with you, but I'm glad that you got that resolved. Yeah, so at the moment, all the icons and stuff are mismatched. All the recipes, well, I only have the one recipe for right now. So what I'm going to do eventually is fill out a whole database of that and then use the factory pattern to generate that, just like what we did with the elements. But like I said, first I want to get this tooltip thing sorted. Actually, maybe I'll do that off screen because that's... Nah, I really want to do that now, because that's kind of integral to teaching how to play the game at the moment. All right, so we shouldn't have to touch anything here. In fact, we can get rid of that. You're going to start in the Polymars and Speed Score jam. You have another programmer on the team and I'm not sure if you meant compositor or composer. But either way, that's awesome. Alright, so back to our tooltips. Oh yes, and so we created a script just to do flashing because tween's color thing doesn't seem to be working for some reason with the UI. So back to what I was doing. What did I do today? I just spent the last 5 minutes explaining what I did today. Were you not paying attention? Yep, a lot of new features since the last one. Because we got the point system and the unlock system hooked up. And I figured out also the problem with the factory pattern, where it wasn't generating sprites. I figured out how to deal with that. So what I needed to do was to cache the texture atlas as a texture 2D, and then get the sprites from that using resources.load_all. And then I just made a little helper method to get a particular sprite from that list. And so then, actually, if we look over at our UI, where is it? HUD buttons. No. UI buttons, content. So you can see we have 400 buttons, but only the ones that are unlocked are actually shown. So that's cool. So really there's like 400 buttons hiding up here for you to discover. But yeah, so we have where is it? Scriptables. But yes, so you can see they have icons now. They're in the wrong order, but in principle it works. And I don't know what some of these are. So I'm gonna have to go back and look at the atlas. But yeah, so all that is done automatically through code. But I need to fix this so it'll stop yelling at me. Yes, it is a lot of objects. That's why we made a factory for it, and why we used a database for it, because trying to sit there and do them all one at a time individually by right-clicking is a huge pain in the ass.
Next, let's get our tooltip displaying some texture information relative to what we're discussing. On our tooltip, let's add a set text method. a string for the header and a string for the content. Some tooltips won't use a title, so I want to be able to control whether or not a header is shown and hide the header if the argument. It's also worth mentioning that it's kind of pointless setting layout element in the update method as the size only needs to change when the text is actually set. So we should probably move this, but if you want, it's also worth mentioning that it's kind of pointless setting layout element in the update method as the size only really needs to change when the text is initially set. So we should probably move this, but if you want the additional functionality of being able to preview the size changes in the editor instead of just wrapping it around an edit mode check first. Now,
So you want to move, where is it?
So we should probably move this, but if you want the additional functionality of being able to preview the size changes in the editor instead of just wrapping it around an edit mode check first. Now let's go back to our tooltip system script and update our show method to require some content. And finally, on our tooltip trigger, let's add these string properties for our header and contents and pass them into our show method. Then we just need to go through and fill out the information we'd like to display in the inspector. Now, we mouse over our elements, the tooltip displays the corresponding text and titles. However, it's not very useful being in the center of the screen like that. Most tooltips behave by appearing adjacent to the cursor, so let's get our tooltip following our mouse. In our update method, let's assign the mouse position to a vector 2, then we'll set the position of our tooltip based on mouse position. I'm using the built-in input system for this, but if you're using the new input manager package, you'll likely want to use the input system UI input module class and get its value. Well, it'll probably render in the center of the mouse and flicker a whole bunch like this. Let's deal with the flickering first. That's occurring because as soon as our tooltip shows up, the mouse is locked by our tooltip, which cancels the trigger and hides the tooltip, and then because it disappears, it's no longer locked, so the mouse override tooltip canvas. Now, however, as we move our mouse to the right or bottom of our screen, you can see that it still causes our tooltip to render incorrectly, and we don't really want our tooltip message displaying off screen as that kind of defeats the point of having one. So we need to dynamically anchor our tooltip relative to the position of the mouse. Rendering correctly, and we don't really want our tooltip message displaying off screen as that kind of defeats the point of having one. So we need to dynamically anchor our tooltip.
Let's just see if that works as is. Watch the first half of the GDD video today. Pretty useful templates. And yeah, they have definitely changed from back in the day where you do everything on paper. Most of the examples that I showed in there, like Metal Gear Solid and Resident Evil, I think, or Silent Hill, one of those two, were from, they were done digitally as well. Doom was done digitally. Let's get rid of this. Praise the Lamb is playing, so that's a A good sign as always.
You can, of course, write your own coroutine instead, though. It's pretty straightforward here. We'll just add about half a second delay before calling the method, but cancel the delay call if it allows us to save the elements. I also added a little fade animation for when the tooltip is enabled. As an aside, it's also worth mentioning you can get tooltips working on world elements. Just make sure that the game object has a collider of some sort, and simply...
Actually, that's a good point, is now that we're using do tween, we could potentially make it have a do fade. So when does your game jam start, Milo? It's still not quite working. In 2 days, so it's a weekend jam. So what's really annoying is I got it to work in my tracker app. I'm gonna have to open that up, aren't I? Oh. Did I just have to increase the wrap limit? That did something. The title length is longer than the wrap limit, or the body length is longer than the wrap limit. Then we enable that. What happens if I put it stupidly low? Still not doing anything. Yeah, fun can be a secondary consideration, but if you're not having fun, then what are you even doing with your life? All right, let's get serious here. Open up our circuit tracker and see how we actually structured this. Pretty sure you're supposed to have a layout element. Let's put execute and edit mode back on. Actually, no, that was a terrible idea. See, why do I have this in here? I can't remember. Let's try throwing that back on. Alright, let's see if that worked. Alright, now the position is broken. Alright. Let us see. It's my tooltip. Have to go into the proper scene. It's been a while since I opened this project, so initialization. Sources, persist objects, tooltip. We have wrap limit of 50. So there is nothing on that. So the background is a vertical layout group, content size filter, and layout element. Oh, you know why? Because on the other one, I had them in the same background. I didn't have a separate header background. Okay, so we need Vertical layout group. Full child size. So then your preferred width. Hide all that. So then you also have a content size fitter. And the text has a layout element. Leave that for now. Okay. And then the tooltip itself is centered. There we go. That's what I want. Okay. So now, wrap limit was 50, and these were set to 50 for some reason. Let's see. All right, Milo. See you tomorrow. All right, Payne. Take care as well. Our little community is growing. Did I forget to assign it? Yes. Silly me. I'm going for about 6.5 hours. I'll be so happy if I can finally get this working, because it'll look so good. Okay, it's a little big, but it seems to be working otherwise. And it's resizing properly. All right, so it's still a little big. Nope, that wasn't it. Um, we just get rid of that because we already have this. Let's just get rid of that too. So we should be able to trust that it'll do the scaling on its own. You might not need that if this works. Oh, I do believe it's working. All right, cool. So, offset. Let's do -50. That looks good. Now it's not in our face, and we can actually see what we're doing. Awesome. So tooltips are finally working. And we can get rid of that nonsense. Alright, so I'm just going to make a note for myself here. All right, so the background. Really? So if I just get rid of that. Hey, SGM. How does the game fit into the theme? Well, as you can see, we've got shadows, which I can turn off and on. And I've got Alchemy, in the form of combining elements together to produce new elements. So that's pretty cool. Alright, I guess I didn't need the content size fitter on there. Anyway, how are you doing tonight? Yep, this is Cult of the Lamb soundtrack. So you want to know something funny about that? Is Massive Monster has been streaming this live continuously for literally over a month. So it started streaming on June 21st, 2024. It is now July 22nd, 2024. Why they chose to do this, I have no idea, but I love it. Just gives me endless amounts of listening pleasure. Alright, so you can call that done. This I'm going to do probably off screen. Alright, so tooltip should be done, flash should be done. Note to self. But yes, you can see all of the potential items that we have in the game, only some of which are completed. In fact, let me redo this list. So, export JSON. Let's go into our JSON file here. So resources.load, testing, get rid of all of this. Come back to our element factory here. Clear that selection. Load from JSON. Recreate the elements. Value cannot be null for what? Oh. Whoopsie. Yep, I've done a couple other game jams. I've also made a couple other projects. Anchor deep, my beloved. It's not actually necessary for me to do that because I can just go into the JSON file. What number are you? 154. Make you a dark element. Okay. Let's try this again. Load from JSON. Oh, interesting. I guess I don't have to clear it every time. That's terribly convenient. Anyway, so while that's waiting, how are you doing tonight? What are you working on? Have you ever been in a game jam before? And did you get out, more importantly? And it is after 11 o'clock. Ta-da! I could probably automate that too, but that's simple enough. Okay, so now that we've updated that, some of our data should be fixed. So we shouldn't be getting any nulls on ones that we already made. Alright. Very nice. That is doing the thing that we want. So we have air, dark, earth, light, fire, water. So if I go into maximized mode, hi again. Did you finish what you had to do? So, I don't know if you saw before we left, but I got the tooltips finally working properly. Huh. That one actually has jam, like regular jam on it. Interesting. If I go on the ring, it's not. I guess I could call that explicitly. But anyway, look. Now they stretch properly to fit whatever contents I desire. So now you can read that and actually gain use from it. 1 hour trip turned into a 10-minute trip? Okay. Yeah. It's like such a small thing, but it adds so much polish to it because like you get feedback as to what you're actually looking at. I still don't know what that is. That's got to be some kind of bug. But look, we have jam. Not game jam, just regular jam. Big sad. But it get something I was thinking of the other day, gave me an idea, is since I made one of these with the Pirate Software Game Jam logo on it, if we don't get to the card battling thing, that could be an end win condition, is to find the game jam. Which you would need regular jam for. So probably this plus computer, maybe? Yep, each button and icon stores its own info value. And when I hover over it, it shows. So, more than that. So we've got... If I drag 2 elements over, watch this spot right here. Alright, so if I make a valid recipe... Oh, that was an invalid recipe, apparently. But that's also a cool effect. Earth and fire. I thought that was a valid recipe. Oh, because I regenerated them. That's why. Yep. Missing. But yeah, so if I click on this, right, every recipe, we've got element A, element B, and element result. If I click on this, this is all of the data that each element has. Okay, so it's got name, description, icon, color, other stuff, conjuring cost, which we hooked up today. So I'm going to have to go through and, after I make recipes, calculate these out. And then a bool for whether it's unlocked. And then the elements that spawn in the world, they have a reference to this data. So I can get the game object, and I can get the element class from it using getComponent. And then I can just call element.data anytime that I need information from the data. And then using drag and drop stuff and pointer enter and exit and all that jazz, we can make stuff happen when we enter into an icon space, when we leave it space, while we're lingering there, when we click on stuff, when we release the mouse button, when we drop stuff on it. So in this case, when we drop stuff onto our elements, we call the Alchemy manager, and it's going to compare if these are both elements. It's going to do a comparison, and if a valid recipe exists, then we're going to trigger success. Otherwise, we're going to trigger failure. And then if we trigger one of those, then it's going to do a whole bunch of other stuff, like all our animations and tweening. So that's pretty cool. And then here we have just all of the buttons that we're spawning, and they use that data as well. Because that's going to set the tooltips for it. So those tooltips that we were working on, we get the name and the cost and the description from that, and we plug that into our tooltip. Okay, so now let's come back here, and now that we repopulated the recipes, anyway, I just regenerated those recipes so that we don't wind up with null. So Unity uses C#, which is an object-oriented programming language. So you have objects in your code, but then they also have something called a game object, which, much like in object-oriented programming, it's a container, and so put that on the screen while we're talking. So Unity uses C#, which is an object-oriented programming language, So one of the things about object-oriented programming languages is they use a principle called encapsulation. So you can think of anything as an object. This is an object. This is an object. This is an object. And so objects have properties, right? So like this cup has a color called blue. It has a float for the fill amount, right? It has an object for the contents that it's being filled with. And so then in Unity, you also have what are called game objects. So the game object itself is a class within object-oriented programming, within C#. And so what the game object does is it uses the component pattern, right? The component programming pattern. And so you can build things up in modules like what you saw me doing. So if I click on any object in the hierarchy here, you can see it has a list of components, and I can add them or remove them, enable them, disable them as I need different behaviors. It's a very intuitive way of working because you only add the things that you need. And then, of course, every game object has a transform component, which just stores basic position, rotation, and scale information. And so one nice thing is that on the back end in code, because game objects and transforms are tied together, if you get one, you can always get the other. Right? So if you need a component, but you have the transform, you can do transform.getComponent, and it'll implicitly get that component from the game object. Or if you have the game object, you can do gameObject.transform and then set its position, rotation, scale. Transform also holds the parent in the hierarchy. So like right now, my canvas empty game object here is a parent for all of these, so it just has a transform. Yep, the objects can change their components dynamically. You can either add them in the inspector here manually, or you can do it procedurally through code. So for instance, I could do gameObject.add. So gameObject with a capital G will get me the class, so I can get methods that are specific to that class, but I don't necessarily need that if I'm working in something that extends mono behavior. So mono behavior just means that you can attach components to it and it'll appear in the hierarchy in the inspector. So anything that extends mono behavior is a component. So if I control click on this, it takes me to the mono behavior class, which extends behavior, which extends component. So components are the things that you saw me adding in the inspector there. And so then component extends object, which is the base class for all things that Unity can reference. All right, so it's got information about its transform, game object. This is just a reference. You can get various components as standard. But coming back to here, where is, yes. So if I type it with a small g, that refers to this game object, as in the game object that's associated with this mono behavior class. So if I type period, you can see I have a whole bunch of properties and methods, right? So as I said before, you can get the transform. Every game object has a transform, and every transform has a game object. And so within the transform, I can add components. I can do a whole bunch of stuff. I could change the rotation. Euler angles has to do with rotation. It's a very intuitive way so that you don't have to deal with quaternions like in some other engines. in the old days of Unity, you did have to learn how to do quaternions. Right, so I can get the child objects, I can get components. There's also a try get component. So if I'm not sure if there's a component on it, instead of doing get component and then comparing it against null, I can just do this. So I can say if game object dot try get component, and then I pick whatever type. So let's say sprite renderer. Okay. And then I need to return something. So if it does get it, then I say out sprite renderer. Let's just call it SPR. Also helps if you type it correctly. So now if it does get this, then I can say spr.sprite equals sprite. And I can change the sprite, I can change the color, I can change a number of other properties related to sprite renderers. And so the alternative way to do this would be, you would say sprite renderer equals get component type of sprite renderer, and then you would say if renderer equals null, then renderer dot sprite equals sprite. And so this is just a less verbose way of doing that same thing. And so you can add components dynamically. So I could say game up. So if there wasn't one on here, so I can say if this returns something, then assign it, else game object dot add component sprite renderer. Yeah, I love Unity because it's very intuitive like that. Most of the time it works the way you expect it should. So alright, so I guess now we should work on making this generic. So you had wanted, I think you were the one who said you wanted to see how the factory pattern works. So if we go to Unity, or I'm sorry, we go to the internets. Alright, so in object-oriented programming, the factory method pattern is a design pattern that uses factory methods to deal with the problem of creating objects without having to specify their exact class. Rather than by calling a constructor, this is done by calling a factory method to create an object. Factory methods can either be specified in an interface or implemented by child classes, or implemented as a base class and optionally overridden. So I don't know if technically you would call what I'm working on here a factory class or a builder class. I suppose either one would be appropriate. I'm calling it factory just because we're mass producing that. And so usually I find on Wikipedia the examples that they have don't really help you because they're really arcane and abstract. So if you're working in game design, I think it's much more appropriate to have an explanation of these different patterns for something that's relevant to you. So if we go to YouTube and we look up our friend Jason Wyman. Right, so our buddy Jason Wyman here, he's a guru within Unity development, so if you're trying to learn Unity, he's somebody that you should definitely be following. And so he goes over the factory pattern specifically with examples used in game design, and also specifically within Unity, obviously. Alright, so we want to make this generic, meaning that we can just input a type and it'll have some base methods for us. So we can either make it generic or we can make it abstract. I guess we could do both. So let's come here, down to utilities. Oh, you're welcome. Stick around because I'm actually going to go through this whole process here. So let us make a C# script, call this SO SO factory stands for Scriptable Object Factory. I don't know how long I'm planning to stay up, probably not all night. But I do at least want to get through most of the stuff on my to-do list today. So probably I will stop once it becomes clear that the next thing that I have to do is fill out those databases, and I'm not going to make you stick around for that. Unless you really, really want to, but I think that'll probably be bad for viewer retention. Unless you have lots of burning questions that you could ask me in that time. In which case, that would be good for content. Alright, so we have... So in Unity, there are things called scriptable objects, which are basically a hybrid of a script and an object. So if I come to element data entry, so our create elements here. So you see this class here, our data class, extends scriptable object. So scriptable objects are things that live inside your assets folder here, rather than in the scene hierarchy, meaning that anything in your project can get them, and anything in your project can set them. Yeah, I'm probably going to do off-stream stuff, like filling out those databases, either tonight or tomorrow morning. But anyway, so scriptable objects live in your project folder rather than in your scene. So if I click on an object in the hierarchy here, and just wait for, let's exit out of that. So if I click on an object in the hierarchy, I can only really populate it from things that are in my assets folder or things that are in the scene itself, right? If it's something that's in a different scene, I don't have access to it unless I use event channels, right? So for instance, the point system that we have uses event channels, and the event channels themselves are scriptable objects. So it's using that as sort of an intermediary to connect things that might be in different scenes or which might be in the same scene. So when a scene loads up, I can reference the scriptable object and get information from that. Or when an object is disabled, it can't receive instructions either usually. But when it becomes re-enabled or instantiated, then it can just get information from there the same way that it does with the data. So scriptable objects need a, because they're assets, they need a create asset menu. You can give it a name and a menu name. So the file name is what it actually will appear as. So if I right click, or I can go up to assets create, and they'll appear at the top here. All right, so these are a bunch of different data classes that I can create as assets, right? So I have all my event channels. So if I create a new event channel, for instance, it'll appear here. But doing that is very slow, so we want to automate that process. And to do that, we're going to use a factory. Now you can create scriptable objects through code using this method right here. So the first thing we'll do is we'll take this, copy this, so now we want this to be generic, so we need to add T, right? It's going to be a mono behavior. And we also want this to be abstract, because by marking it as abstract, this specific one can't be attached to anything, but any children that override it can be. So T is going to be whatever our scriptable object here is. So let's see. So we need T asset equals that. Type T cannot be used as a parameter in the generic type or method. There is no boxing conversion or type parameter. Okay. So the reason why some people can move across to different game engines is because of what I talked about in a previous stream, where you have game design and programming is divided into logic and syntax, right? So if you know the general rules of grammar and how to talk to people, you can still talk to them in a different language. You just need to know what the words are and how to actually construct the sentences. But all of like the experience that you have, all of the relationship knowledge that you have, right? Every book that you've read, every video that you've watched, anything, any idea that you have that you could potentially communicate to somebody, you still retain all of that. You just need to figure out how to translate it into the specific syntax so that the person receiving it can understand, right? So anything that you learned about programming patterns, anything that you learned about level design, anything that you learned about art, all of that translates over into different engines, so you don't have to relearn all of that from scratch. The only thing you have to learn is what are the pre-built solutions that your particular engine has. So like in Unity, we have the component system. Other engines might not have a component system. Unity has a tile map system pre-built. You might not have a tile map system in whatever game you're making. Unity has an input system. Other engines might not have their own pre-built input system, and you may have to construct that from scratch. Something like Godot, in their tile map system, they have bitwise tiles used for bit masking, so that you can create something like Oxygen Not Included, where they have the tiles will change depending on where they are relative to other tiles. Unity doesn't have that. They have rule tiles, but they're not as good as what's in Godot, from what I understand. So you would have to make that from scratch using the API that they provide. Something like Unreal has their blueprint system, which is node-based. So Unity has that for shader graph and for Bolt, for shader creation and for visual scripting. We didn't used to have those. You used to have to do all of that by hand. And trying to figure out how to do shaders was always a pain in the ass. But nowadays, they have a lot of good tools to make that a lot easier. So shader graph is similar to the way that Unreal and Blender do materials. So some of that still applies. Anyway. Yeah. Switching engines is still a pain in the ass because, you know, despite what I just said about you being able to retain all that information when you go from learning one language to another. If the language that you're learning is still significantly different from the language you already know, then that's going to be really hard. So like it's easy to go from Spanish to Italian, but it's harder to go from Spanish to Japanese. But also having learned one language, you have certain experiences under your belt already for learning any language. All right, so let's get back to our factory here. So some things we're going to need is path prefix name. In fact, let's just take all of this. And instead of making this a const, let's make this and we need a semicolon. Okay. So we need a list of something here. So this is going to be our T. Call this all data objects. So this we might have to leave for the individual item here. All right, so what's some other stuff that we can import? It's going to be universal. So we'll get both of these. For now, I'm just going to comment this out. And actually, like virtual void create elements. So if you're using inheritance, instead of using private, if you want one of the child classes to be able to use it too, you need to use protected. So this should be protected string JSON. In fact, all of these private ones should be protected. And make this protected. All right, so what else? So we're going to need a setup method. That can be protected. Because that's going to be dependent on our T. And sync from Google stuff we kind of don't necessarily need. Let's see, this we can just take from here. Public void open All right, so we've got grid ID and sheet ID, and let's make this block body. Put that up there so it's all nice and together. So let's actually move this down in the list. I kind of want this, but I also kind of want to leave it off because it doesn't quite work. But for now, so yes, that's our T, and that's all data objects. Okay. So you will be make you virtual for now because you don't actually do anything yet. All right, so we have that, we have that. So we need save to JSON, load to JSON. All right, so we need a private get rid of all this. All right, so I think that should work. That's element data entry, so that's that. So this is going to be unique to each one. That shouldn't be a problem. So then we just need to make sure that subsequent one's called base at the end. Can I do summary? I cannot do summary. And then we have load method. So for this, we probably want abstract. No. Alright, so what else do we need here? Got all that. Make these both abstract. So let us make, where is our recipe factory actually? Since we still have to work on that. Recipe factory. Oh yes, and we need the using directives. In fact, let's just take all of this. So let us extend SO factory type of recipe SO. Okay, so we don't need this. Instead of making this create elements, we'll make this just create. Or create assets. All right, so setup needs T and an I. Call it data. Okay. All right, so what else do we still need? We have the create, we have setup. So we need save, load, and save object. Let's make a note for ourselves here. Pretty sure we can use Odin Inspector to do that. Um, All right, create private serialization. Let's actually look up Odin. Read only. Info box is used on any property. Display a text box. I saw different types here. Directory. Box. Little Google Sheets. The permissions to um yeah, direct link to Google Sheets is something. And really, I'm just using that for the data generation. It's not actually used in the game itself. Um, it should be all data objects dot count. All right, that should work. All right, so look how much sleeker our factory is. Right, so we need to make sure that... Alright, save, call base at the end, load, call base at the beginning. Every time you hear the word factory, you think of Factorio. Well, that's not entirely inappropriate. That's not entirely inappropriate because Factorio basically teaches you programming. So I'll plug this in the chat and you can have a look at that later. You applied for a developer job, you can say you have 1,000 hours of Factorio experience. Well, it's only useful as an analogy, but watch that video and you'll see what I mean. Particularly the idea of like a main bus. because in programming, right, we have a main bus as well. And then you have your spaghetti factory at the beginning. You have spaghetti code at the beginning. And so you refactor it, just like you refactor and rebuild your base. Alright, so... Okay. GameMaker UI is a nightmare. I watched Thor stream a little bit of that when he was making it. It seemed like a nightmare, because he's having to sit there and draw every single pixel. Actually, I have a better idea. Okay. Okay, so now we need private save object, private class struct, class we want a list or an array? List. Public list. What is elements in this context? All right, is there anything else I need to do here? I think that's it. All right, let's try it. See how we did. Because look, that's a lot sleeker than this chunky boy. This is why we use inheritance. Going 8.5 hours. All right, I think if I can get this factory thing done, I'm gonna call it a night there. Okay, I'll just hide all of these things for now. Maybe not the title one. Just set you back to 0. Okay. All right, recipe factory. Ooh, look at all these fancy little things. JSON recipes. So override, implement that stuff. Cool. So our data struct list should be here. Sheet ID. And then grid ID is that's interesting. So the first one is 0. The next one is 134 million. Because math. Okay. Kind of want to put a title here. Can I do that? Or does it have to be an attribute of something? Yeah, it does look a lot neater. It's a lot more functional as well. So without Odin, I wouldn't be able to create these little info boxes to give myself details and instructions on how to actually do this. And also I wouldn't be able to create these nice buttons that you see here. So we don't need the sprites. Okay, so I can create a title there. These should be here. Why are they not? Weird. Alright, so I don't need that one. We don't need that one. So we need the JSON data. So create a new just going to duplicate this one. Call that JSON recipes. Call this one JSON element. So this is no longer element list, this is data struct list. No. It's the one in the saved object. So, data list. Alright, so let's go back to equals, what's that? Column. Cool. All right, for now, let's just can you not? Oh, because there's nothing there. All right, let's not worry about this just yet. Okay, so we've got a couple basic ones here. So air and fire. I had a list of them written down somewhere. Just for now, we'll say that. Air and water. Fire and water is alcohol. Water and fire is also alcohol. Fire and earth, lava. Air and earth, dust. Earth and water, mud. Water, I think this was steam, actually. I guess rain makes more sense. And water and earth is mud again. Okay. So export that to JSON. I sure hope that last indent doesn't matter, but I guess we'll find out. Okay. Moment of truth, chat. So, load from JSON. Could not cast or convert. Well, first of all, actually something else I just thought of that I could do potentially is turn these into tabs. I scroll all the way down. Okay. Did I make sure to spell all those right? That's possible, but I didn't. Could not convert. Okay. So let's try something else. Fire, water, alcohol. So we should be able to save that to JSON. Alright, well, let's see if this makes the thing at least. Okay. So the making part is correct. So the serializing part is not correct. But why not? Save object equals that. Read JSON. File name extension. Okay. It's kind of annoying because it's the exact same thing. Alright, so the list data struct is on the right, and elements list is the one in the save object on the left. Mm. Why is this not working? All right, let's see if that does the thing. Yep, it's after 1 a.m. Like I said, this is going to be the last thing that I do for today. Self-referencing loop detected. Unity Engine Vector 3. I have no idea what that means, because we're not dealing with vector 3s. Path, ingredients, icon, bound center. Alright, well, let's make sure this one still works. Because if this one doesn't work, then we're in for a problem. As a matter of fact, just so that we know, And while that's recompiling, let's take a look at the Pirate Software Discord. Okay. So it says it saved it to JSON. Not getting any errors. Oh, right. I forgot, because it has to refresh. Okay, so you can serialize that one, no problem. File JSON extension. System string to... Oh. We're having the same issue. Because this I had to turn into all strings. Or answer bools. Whereas Recipe Factory... Right, this is where I think we're going to need to put our scriptable objects inside the resources folder. I think I remember this. Okay, but for now, let's see. Let's just do nothing. Alright, I think that might. Alright, Payne. See you tomorrow. I'm probably going to be ending up soon now that I figured out what the problem here is. In fact, while that's going on, day 8, move resources folder, change path directory, resources folder. Mm-hmm. Alright, now there we go. Okay, that was it. I just had to make them strings, so now I have to figure out how to get the actual resources from those strings. And also hide a bunch of this stuff. But yeah, so now we have a recipe factory, kind of, and we have our element factory. And we cleaned up our tooltips, we cleaned up our options menu. We added some nice effects when we make combinations to things. All right, I think that is going to be it for today. So tomorrow, the plan is going to be to hopefully have all of the data filled out in the spreadsheets, and I'm going to try to order the sprites in such a way that I can get at least some of them working and lined up properly. If not, I may have to do those manually, which will be kind of a pain in the ass. But tomorrow's plan will be to finish the recipe factory and then balance out the points and actually make our core loop playable. Because we kind of have a little something right now, but it's not particularly interesting, especially since most of it relies on the content. But at this point, I'm rambling on, so until next time, I am Maruche Dark. This is Circuit Studios. Make sure to like, share, subscribe, leave a comment, and take care.